It is 5:30 p.m. The regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of San Luis I.S.D. held this August 11th, 2021 is now called to order. Ms. Garcia, roll call please. President Nicole, all board members are present. Thank you. On March 16th, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton to temporarily suspend the limited number of open meetings laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or videoconference meetings in strict limits. In accordance with our suspended rules, please hear by the following. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. And we have a quorum in attendance. Members of the audience are attending in person or by telephone conference call on the next. The member of the public submitted written comments in advance. The board president and the legal administration of the comments that you make about the board consideration plan. If you would like to provide comments, please follow the instructions on the notes. While I think the procedures on the things before adopted procedures to extend an audio recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at the end. Which is any plans for you receivable to and ask for your patience until the representative questions. If you have any questions about the suspended, please call the office at 832-888-672-6787 or by email at tfagent@4ag.texas. Stephanie is ready for the pledge of allegiance. Item 3, just quick motions. 3, introduction of Ms. Sandra Vita, associate talents in the York Community School. Mr. Assistant Principal, serving that report.
Good evening, Board President, Nicole, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Mr. Chavez. Honored to introduce to you our assistant principal, Mrs. Nicole. She comes with 11 years of experience as a kindergarten to second grade teacher, which is what Soprano is comprised of. She has a wealth of knowledge in the area of bilingual education and language program, which we are now fully implementing in our bilingual. I want to thank you because it's been a pleasure working with her. We work very well together. She's ready to lead. She is a go-getter, very knowledgeable, very supportive of our teachers. It's been 2 weeks since I think she reported to someone, and I couldn't make it. We have a very good working relationship. She helped me, I helped her. She knows more, I know best. Maybe the other way around. But as long as we work well together, we're gonna make it happen. So here's training for you.
Good evening, President Nicole, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Mr. Chavez. I come before you with no notes, no elaborated fancy speech, because I plan to speak from the heart tonight. As the assistant principal at Zambrano, I know I'll be part closing those learning gaps of helping our students, our staff heal from that social emotional distress that this pandemic has put us all through. Now I speak of no easy task. If anything, these 8 days on the job has taught me is that we're not back to normal. We're working harder than we've ever had. And for that, I thank you all tonight, giving me the opportunity to become one of those champions within our district for kids, for our faculty, for the families in the San Luis Estadio community. Muchas gracias.
Moving on to item 3, classroom planning, Dr. Taylor. Thank you, Mrs. Nicole. So we do have, I know we have 3 in the audience. I don't know if more have shown up, but it is my pleasure to have the individuals who applied for the classroom grant. Sent out an email to staff, and we had so many different individuals who applied for this classroom grant. In fact, it was all over the county. And I have emails from teachers throughout our district that said, I'm applying. And not everybody got selected, but our district, I know I checked, had 9, and we had the most teachers selected. And so that means that each one of our teachers, when they applied for the classroom grant, they actually received $1,000. And so I would like for my colleagues, as I call your name, just come introduce yourself and let us know the school that you are at, and a few words as to why you applied for the grant. And I'd like them to come before you to be recognized, because this grant is not something that they were required to do. They were encouraged to do it, and the fact that they did it on their own speaks highly of how much more than did that. That's because we did have 9 teachers selected. That's $9,000 worth of supplies coming back from our district because of their work that they did. So if we have, let's start with Ms. Blanca Guerrero, because I know she's had some talking experience. So she'll lead. Come on over, Ms. Guerrero. Join us at the podium, please. Hello, everybody. Speaks Dr. Ms. Paris and the audience. I am honored to be here, and I was honored with you. I am still in awe of everything that has happened, but I know that I wouldn't have applied for the grant just because I had previously applied and I had never received it. So this year, I know that I've got the encouragement from my colleagues and from you, Dr. Ms. Chavez, and so that I felt encouraged to apply. And when I did it, I just poured my heart out there, and I told them why it was important, why my school, Alajuela Elementary, would really benefit from it more than anything actually. And so what I wrote in that passage that we had to write for them was just from the heart, like Ms. Rico said. And they saw it, they recognized it, and I was $1,000. And they are going towards the book display that we will have for our students in our library. And I just hope to generate a lot of buzz for all of our students. Excuse me, Ms. Ruth Ramirez and Ms. Teresa Galar. Board of Trustees, Dr. Mr. Chavez. My name is Ruth Ramirez. I'm from Borrego Elementary. And I want to, first of all, thank my administrators, Mrs. Fisher, for encouraging us to apply for this classroom fund. I do want to say I'm very thankful for the El Paso Community Foundation for giving us this opportunity. I mean, it's $1,000. And I'm not gonna lie, it was towards the end of the school year, and we had a million things that we had to turn in, and you know how it is at the end of the school year. And I had to take a step back, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is gonna benefit my students. And as I was writing the essay, I was thinking of each and every child that I've been serving, I'm the reading interventionist at Borrego, and I order so many things that are going to benefit my students to support them in fluency, comprehension, because all we want to do is serve our students and start closing those gaps, especially this year. And again, I also want to thank each and one of you, because even though I was granted that grant, I'm lucky enough to be working at a district where we have so many resources. And I know that you all work hard. Administrators, they also work hard to provide us with resources, trainings, you name it, manipulatives. We have an abundance of them. I know other teachers, they've gone to other districts where, they tell me, I was so blessed working at San Luis because we were receiving training. We have so many resources. So thank you. And again, from the bottom of my heart, I'm so grateful for this foundation. They granted me this fund. Good evening, Madam Chair Lincoln, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Mr. Chavez. I'm Teresa, and I am the counselor, one of the counselors at Garcia Enriquez Middle School. And I applied for this grant for our students. We knew that the social emotional part of our students was going to be hit hard this year, and that we were going to be needing to be ready for our kids as they came back. And one of the things that I got from the grant is a punching bag. I think that a lot of our kids can use that. So I have that in there, and even some of the staff has come in and said, I can use that. Mr. Salcedo, I have a good 8x10 of Mr. Salcedo. You can so just get that. He's been great. But no, I want to thank you all for everything. Dr. Mesa Charles is the one that, promoted it to, for us to apply. It's great. $1,000 is a great thing, and it goes a long way, and it's going to really help our kids this year. Thank you very much for your support. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and superintendent. Mr. Chavez, thank you so much for the opportunity. I was late. I'm sorry. I had to go pick up my son, and I just came some fun. So how glad I made it. I just want to tell you, when you send it, I'm a mentor today for a little teacher, and my advice is, as soon as you get the email, try to do it and archive, so you don't have to worry. So when I got it, I haven't done it for a week. I'm like, should I not? Because I'm not good with like words, and it was the first time that I get something for it from you. So I just want to tell you, thank you so much. This is the second year in our social emotional support class. So all of the things I got from the unit, and I'm a special teacher. And I'm very blessed to have your support, my support here with my administrators, but overall this is one of my kids. I just want to tell you that I already used a lot of the stuff since birthday. So thank you so much. Hello, my name is Miriam Sanchez. I am the art teacher at Garcia Enriquez Middle School. And I applied. My words were very simple. I applied for our students to increase their art appreciation. And the drawing pads, which are really expensive, for some of our students. I got really nice drawing markers from the written markers, sharpening pencils, basic supplies that our students might not get at home. Not started using them, but I'm And just for the record, we're gonna keep applying this coming. Right. I.S.D. volleyball teams. Secretly with you, SMC, academic.
Good evening, Board President Lacombe, members, Superintendent Dr. Mr. Chavez. And here again, we were here last summer to recognize our volleyball team. For the 6th year in a row, they received the USMC, which is the United States Marine Corps, and the American Volleyball Coaches Association Team Academic Award. And I got this letter just last week, and I would like to read what it says. I am pleased to inform you that the San Nazario High School girls volleyball team, led by Coach David DeRosiers, is a recipient of the 2021 USMC AVCA Team Academic Award. Congratulations. In this uncertain time, leadership matters. While some programs lost their ability to compete this season, volleyball coaches continued to demonstrate the important role supporting players' academic achievement. David was critical anchor for players adjusting to a changing school experience. He did not win this award, the team did. But the encouragement to stay focused on academics, this accomplishment was not happenstance. Be proud of your volleyball team for their accomplishment. We hope that you will acknowledge and celebrate the program and their award. So with further ado, I have, not all of them are here, and I would like to ask Coach DeRosiers to come up and join me.
First, I'd like to say thank you. It is a time when we need leadership. And I did write to Dr. Mr. Chavez, and I told her, I said, I don't envy your task. I don't, it's tough. And you guys made decisions and you allowed us to play. Socially, emotionally, that's what the kids needed. They needed to be in the gym. And to see them come in all summer, to see them working out. Sorry. It means a lot to us. And so I appreciate it. These kids work hard. They work hard in the classroom, and they're sitting at home on computers, and then they're coming into practice. They play multiple sports, they play football, and they continue to do it. And with the help of our administration, the help of our teachers, we keep these kids going. And we know that a very small percentage are going to play college volleyball, but almost all of our kids are going to go to college. They're going to go to school, and it's just amazing. We had the alumni game on Friday night, and to see kids who graduated 15 years ago that played for me come back and they're still playing volleyball. They still are following our team. And then to go out to Fort Hancock last night and to see the fans, the parents, people who traveled out there to watch us play. It just means so much to the kids. And it means a lot to us. So I'll just introduce them to you. Thank you. So, yeah, and I will say that the ones who graduated, unfortunately, many of them are working or whatever, so they weren't able. These are all seniors and juniors who played last year, and so a few of them will have the chance to get this award for 4 years because they played all 4 years. I'll let you introduce.
Alexis Alvaran. Leslie Apodaca, I think she graduated. Arlette Becerra. She's getting taller every time I see her. She's gonna pass me. Vanessa Benitez. Anissa Chidas, she is off playing soccer, so she's not here with us. Katarina Contreras. Nadine Ekenroth. Victoria Lopez. Rihanna Montero. Brenda Montes. Desiree Morales, who is at Doane College. I just saw the tweet. She's number 6 playing soccer. So we're gonna have to follow Doane College. Victoria Bettis. Sandra Morales. Miguel Rodriguez, he was our manager and they couldn't make it without him keeping them organized. Bianca Sanchez. Marianne Tapia, who also graduated and she's off at college. So I just want to take a minute to thank Coach DeRogers for the time that he puts in and the things that he does. He's always there. He's always willing to help. He's incredible. And he does wonderful things with the team. And they're already 2-0. So, you know. So, Coach, thank you.
And coach, he's definitely. We're going to go to item, and 5, we have the meeting. Item 6, new business for the items. Item 6A, consider and take action on testing benefit management designation for the custom convention for the city of the board of trustees. I have served in the committee and we have some very experience. This has to be 2. And this time I would like to nominate 2 other people to also serve with the committee. But we consider it in this year to nominate Mr. Woodard, be the delegate, and Mr. Thomas. Is that true? Would you consider? Any discussion? Might have a motion. So we have a motion like this. Second by here. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Okay, item 60. Discuss and consider adoption of an alternative rates of unlimited tax refund by series 2021, establishing and sale parameters, authorizing the execution of report of a bond purchase contract and escrow payment approving the official
Good evening, Board President Nicole, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Mr. Chavez. I do have our financial advisor on the line. He will jump in and present. But before that, I'm going to give the board a little bit of history.
It wasn't me.
I've heard it.
And you looked at me, right?
No, not before this agenda.
You brought us to.
So just a little history on this item. We have one outstanding bond as of today. It was the issuance at the worship in 2014. That series, the 2015 series, was about $20 million. Flyer still online. It's kind of a built kind of efficient term, built the new field house, sports services center. At the time, our financial advisor was Tom Lawrence, Lawrence Financial Consulting, and the new it was Jim Bond. So between then and now, Tom Lawrence ended up with this group now. Here we have Lawrence LLC and Mr. Irina is now our financial advisor. So I guess the number criteria so we are still the bond council. So the second time, which is the actual order, that kind of sets up the parameters for the night was drafted by it. And pretty much this is kind of like when we refinance your home. So at that point in time, interest rates were a little bit higher. One of these young items to kind of let them see if they can find a cheaper refinancing option where we would save money for each. So that's how I go ahead and open these two.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas, and good evening, board members and staff. For the record, my name is Robert Tejirina, and can y'all hear me well? Yes, okay, perfect. And I appreciate Mr. Rivas presenting and going over the scenario and giving history over the financing that occurred back in 2015. If you turn to page 2 right here, and on the middle portion of page 2, we have general obligation refunding candidates. We're always looking for opportunities for our clients to be able to save money. And right now there's about $5,565,000 that the school district can refinance of its debt, outstanding loan issuance, that has an interest rate of 5%. If we're in the market a few days ago, we would go from a financing of 5% to an interest rate of 1.776, and we highlighted that in yellow on the right-hand portion of the bottom of the page. And again, the coupon and the interest rate back in 2015 was 5%. Now, in the bottom left portion of the page 2, second column, prior debt service, that is the principal and interest payments that the district has currently right now on the $5,565,000. Your total amount is going to come out to $8,247,000. That's based on 5%. If we were in the market about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and we were to be able to refinance it and lower the rate to 1.776%, the principal and interest payment would drop to $7,705,415. The savings is shaded in gray, and the savings would equal over a 12-year period $542,335. That savings per year, average it out, is almost equivalent to 2 cents of an I.S.D tax rate. And we all know the school district is very fortunate to have a portion of its debt, about 56%, funded and paid for by the state, either through the existing debt allotment program or instructional facilities allotment program. But bottom line, 56% of your debt payment is paid by the state. The remaining 44% is the responsibility of the school district. So that amount shaded in gray averages out to over almost 2 cents a year based on your property values currently for fiscal year ending 2021 of about almost $51 million. If you turn to page 3, on page 3 is the timetable of events. If this item is approved, we will submit an application to receive permanent bond insurance through the state on behalf of the school district. We'll have a rating due diligence call. We bowled that on August the 30th. And on September the 14th, we're going to price the financing and lock in the interest rate. So on September the 14th, September the 14th is when we'll lock in the terms, the interest rate, and we'll know what our payments are for the financing. And if everything gets gets executed on the 14th, we will close the financing on Thursday, October the 14th. But board members, again, and staff, Dr. Mesa Chavez, this refunding, it's like Mr. Rivas said, we're trying to do the same thing as if we were refinancing our home. We lower the interest rate and we save on our monthly mortgage payments. Here, it's the same objective, lower the interest rate on our debt, and we save on our annual bond payments. We are not looking to increase the interest and sinking fund tax rate. We will not be increasing the interest rate on the financing or extending the maturities. Our goal is to lower the rate and save on the annual payments for the school district. If you turn to page 4, on page 4, we have the financing team. We have the school district financial advisor, bond counsel, the paying agent. The underwriters is the firm that's going to go out there and sell the bonds on behalf of the school district and contact their investors to loan the money to the school district to do this refunding. Underwriters counsel is J. Cruz and Associates and Winstead PC. They are the attorneys for FHN Financial Capital Markets. McCall Parkers are your attorneys. So there are counterparts when we go out there and get the financing done. I know it's a lot of information, but I'll take any questions from the staff or the board members at this time.
I do have a question. So you're saying that objective savings would be $35, correct? That's what we're saying at page 2. Are my understanding correct?
And I'm sorry, I don't know if that question was directed to me, but I can barely hear it,
Yes.
and I apologize.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you said this, the numbers in gray shading is the savings, right? The projected savings.
Yes, sir, the projected savings. Yes, sir.
Okay. Out of these projected savings, what are going to be the costs associated with refinancing the deal?
And that's a great question, sir. The cost of issuance for the total financing is about $165,000. That is net of the gray shaded area in the column next to it. So that includes bond counsel, the underwriters, the attorneys, financial advisor, the Texas Attorney General fee, the bond rating, and the bond insurance. All in all, we're looking at about $165,000. That amount has been removed from that savings. So the cost of issuance for the financing, that's already the amount you see on page 2 savings, that's the net. So the cost of issuance has already been removed. So at closing, that's when everybody gets settled up. So that amount there, again, is net the cost of issuance. It isn't like 542,000 in the gray shaded area minus the cost of issuance. The cost of issuance has already been removed.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And we still on same time. Yes. Section 3 of attachment 40, this one is where it says that the regular maturities would peak with the minimum funding rate. So we're not extending the loan past the original issued in 2015, so it was very good enough for 2025. So this parameter order is keeping the length through 2025, which is very much.
I believe everybody. Which will like discussing. Means the neighbor discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much, and I hope everyone has a great night. You and your families are doing well, and thank you for the opportunity of allowing us to represent the school district as your financial advisor. I hope everyone has a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 6C, discussion and presentation on the elementary and secondary school emergency relief fund, SR 2 funding. Mr. Norbert Rodriguez.
So I'm back with another presentation for one money. SR 2. So last June, when COVID started, the first presentation was SR 1. So there's 3 stimulus packages. The first one, when COVID began, and then the second stimulus package last December, and then the third stimulus, which was this March. And so order of the way the money was released was not sequential. So we received SR 1 funding last June, and then received SR 3 funding, and presented SR 3 funding this June that just passed. And now we're going back to SR 2, which was the stimulus package that was approved at the end of December. So this one has a different name. It's the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. So it's SR 2. So on the next slide, here you'll see the intent. And it's pretty much the same as SR 1 and SR 3. Pretty much it helps districts prepare for and respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, putting its impact on students, right? And so our allocation on this one is a little bit smaller compared to SR 3. SR 3, we had about $15 million. That was the biggest stimulus package that was approved under the Biden administration in 2021. SR 2, our allocation is about $6.9 million. This was a second stimulus package from the Trump administration in last December. This one started because the state is going to use some of that money to offset the funding programs, right? So programs pretty much means if the state was projecting that your attendance was going to be at, say, 1,000 students, and your attendance came in at 800 students, they're using this money to fund you up to 1,000. Right? So that applies to this one. It did not apply to SR 3. SR 3, we actually got all of it. So a portion of this came in right under the whole harvest. So a portion of this money will be used for home harvest. The application is available now, and it's to September 2nd. Then this grant here is actually a little bit smaller than SR 3. SR 3 runs through the year 23, 20. This one is only a 2-year grant.
A portion, you're saying a portion of this 6 million, but you'll have to bring it for a portion that
Right. So the final ADA number based on who's provided, it's about 6 students. Around here, whole is about 6 students. But the year final summary of the math document that she released in person. So I don't want to quote the number, but I'm thinking a little less than $100,000 will come. So we were right under, so we should get it. The next line is where the allowable activities begin. Here, the allowable activities are essentially the same. The only different one is the number 6. So remember the ones that are SR 3, but all the segments have number 6. They enter number 6 in here, and then everything else is putting out one number. And so what are they? Number 1 is you use it the way you use any of your ESSER grants, your IDEA grants, your Perkins money. And 2 is you want to prepare and respond to the pandemic. And 3 is you got activities to address the needs of your special populations. And 4, you want to develop and implement procedures to be ready. And 5, you want to train your staff on PD. 6, which is you want to provide principals and school leaders with the resources necessary to address the needs of their individuals. So later on in the presentation, you'll see how that kind of became one of the big focal points. The next slide, number 7, purchasing supplies to cleaning facilities. Number 8 is planning and being ready for long-term closures. Number 9 is purchasing technology. Number 10 is providing mental health services and supports. Number 11 is planning and implementing activities kind of related to supplemental learning, whether it's after school or during summer. The next page, number 12, is activities to address the loss of learning. 13 is school facilities and present improvements. 14 is inspection testing, repair projects to improve the air quality. 15 is develop strategies, implementing public health protocols. And 16 kind of becomes the catch-all. Necessary to maintain operation, continue to employ existing staff of the building. That one I emphasize because you'll see a little bit later that becomes enough. Then number 17, 1 point I.S.D on the Fed's kind of is back clarifying. If there was a lot of activity under ESER 1 and ESER 3 or ESER 2, at the end they said as long as it's on 1 and 3, you can do the same activity. It's allowed for all 3 grades. So you're pretty much treating all 3 grades the same. The next slide, fiscal considerations. This one, it's pretty much the same thing from ESER 3. We are able to supplant. So supplementing is first triangle, your local funds pay for the basic, your state funds pay for something a little bit above the basic, and then you're supposed to use federal funds pay for everything else, but that's the supplement. Supplementing pretty much means if I was charging something to the general fund, I can now charge it to the ESER government and vice versa. So that is allowed in this pot of money. But even though it's allowed, you still have to meet maintenance of that for big finance. So that's kind of a little graph on the right. Pretty much says if I spend X amount of money on local dollars and X amount of money in state dollars combined, it equals $1 million. I have to spend the same $1 million. So even though I'm able to move salaries, possible funds, I still have to maintain my local. On the next slide, this one I kept. It's also on the ESER 3 application, and this one, as part of the application we submitted to you, we have to assure them that we are informing our board that there's the influx of ESER money is so large. Their TA is kind of recommending don't get locked in because we have no guarantee that the money will come back. Just use them for one-time or short-term types of expenditures. So you kind of have to. I think we're mentioning that. That's why this FAQ is a nice presentation again. Finally, the next page. This is the interesting thing. This is where all the numbers. So there's first column has numbers 1 through 10, and then the second column has the areas identified. And the next column is the ESER 3 grant. Percentage of the total for the ESER 3 grant. And ESER 2 grant, which is this presentation and percentage of the total. So the point of this is to kind of show what changed regarding ESER 3 grant. First presented to the board 2 months ago, and then how that compares now to the ESER 2 grant. So you'll see new pages from student enrichment and after school programs, 9 resources to address needs of schools. And I created a group 10 retention employees. Previously, I had grant administration and retention employees under group 7. Now I'm splitting them into. Everything that changed under ESER 3 is that group 6, there was more money that was allocated to group 6 under ESER. So here, you'll see the biggest chunk of money is under retention employees, and then we'll see where there's a lot of money also under groups that even going in student enrichment school programs. This pretty much, I read some surveys and there was some comments and feedback that the board had regarding after school programs 2 meetings ago. So that's kind of what this group is for. And group 9 is whatever the schools need. It's not tied, it's not specifically tied to perhaps the loss of money. Which anything else they need, they can buy through their kind of to respond to. So on the next slide, I want to get into a little bit more detail. So group one, the loss of learning, here I pretty much followed the same logic as group three. They got a certain percentage above their money, and they're getting more money as well. Of the 199 combat money, but it is specific to the loss of learning. Second group, technology integration. So one of the ideas we had was to buy devices and coverage for devices clean coverage every year for 3 years. So what I'm doing with this one is I'm trying to fund 1 year through this pot of money and then the other 2 years through S3. Same thing with the next group, save to return in person services. Same thing here. Money for this purpose in both grants. So I'm trying to spend some of the supply money for this grant first because it is shorter, and that keeps my payroll money for the NTE 700 and the S3 grant, which is 800. The next page, grants admin. Just like with S3, I get a supply money. Here we supply $200,000 if I'm free of the month. And just like with S3, I'm allowed to charge them unrestricted in their costs. So that's about $975,000 in additional revenue that would be coming into the district. So a lot of the projects that the board approved in June, kind of like the Saturday volleyball court, some of those projects, those are being funded through this indirect cost rate. So I'm getting more money in 199 because of the indirect cost rate. Funding projects that we have on this part of money because eventually this goes away, so those one-time projects gotta go through. Next one is V1, student enrichment and after school program. So here I tell whatever the campuses were giving in the 199 based on allotment dollars, that's the whole, that's whatever they need other money. So they're gonna get about 25% of that from the 189 over the next 2 years. And the next one, very similar. This one's to address the individual schools. So they're getting more money to buy whatever it is. The next one. Here, this is where the biggest part of the money. So, general reports. Just this month, this is big actually. There's graphic that came out. The labor department is saying that in June there's about 10 million jobs. In July there was 8 million people on it. So that tells you that there's this next one. People who are unemployed will now match the categories of job. So there's more people. There's more openings than there is people on unemployment. That unemployment number is probably higher because the labor department counts the unemployment number based on who's actually on unemployment. So if somebody is no longer searching for a job, they're not counted as part of the regular. So nationwide, there is a shortage of employees. You drive around, you see signs, everyone's hiring, everyone's giving signing bonus, right? So the first table here kind of shows you a snapshot of our vacancies as of when this report was generated. And I'm just believing that ESSER position versus non-ESSER positions, right? Because the ESSER positions is because of this influx of money. So those are going to be vacant. We have a lot more vacancies for those now because of timely draft. That kind of gives you snapshot as to what are we all instructional position versus non-instructional position. And the table on the right shows you the stipend. So the first column shows you the district, second column says stipend amount. That is information you knew when you had the budget workshop on June 16th. So between then and now, what happened? That's the next column one. It says new opening. So back then, support was only in the $1,000 stipend. We presented a $2,000 stipend. Between then and now, support is now saying, I'm going to get an additional $2,000 stipend on top of the one. We didn't. So between then and now they're saying I'm going to get 2,000. So this kind of shows you how much it has changed in the last 2 months. So with that said, with the next slide, because we do have vacancies and because we are competing with Rotary Community Bowl, the idea here now is to propose a second stipend. So the first stipend you presented was the fall stipend, but if we're going to pay employees a $2,000 stipend, for the $1,000 stipend for the part-time employee, for every employee who is still with us as of October 1st. Now, there's one we put 2 months after October 1st, which is December 31st. A lot of people like to retire in December because they get last year as credit. Greatly December 31st. So in an effort to not lose those employees and keep them here through the end of the year, I'm proposing a summer stipend next year. Second. Summer stipend. So whoever's still here, whoever is with us by this October 1st, and who stays with us in the last day of the school year, are proposing a second $2,000 stipend, just so that we can have a bit of a little bit difficult right now because I think anybody can say, I can't work now. And try out the 130. So we're hoping this kind of comes to keep our employees here. This is a difficult year because we don't have nobody into school. It's difficult to kind of get back into. So we're proposing the fall stipend and now a summer stipend. And so the funding mechanism for both of these, you'll see where it says fall 2021, fall 2022, 2023. You'll see one of these ESSER 2, ESSER 2, and then ESSER 3 on year 3 position mid-18. And for the summer stipend, would be ESSER 2 for both of them. And then the summer stipend for next 2022 stipend, the 2023 stipend, maybe less. That's why I have to get a disclaimer at the bottom because as positions get filled, I may have more money. You know, you're happening out there, I need less money to be finding needs every day. So we would be bringing to actually board up. So following summer, that's kind of where our idea was behind the retention. That's something the real very questions. We're going
In the loss in learning, 35% from this was 33% from learning.
this year, we had a requirement for we had to. This year, doesn't have that requirement. So, answer 2 for the loss of learning, which is 1, but then I'm going to be paying with 9. That is still campus money, but directly can help the loss of money because they're able to buy. Mr. Siegel actually contacted me. This letter was on the age for buying supplies for kids. He's like, hey, can I get some of my extra money? So, as moving with 9 are still being used for instructional purposes or
I honestly, I like to see better numbers for loss of learning, family technology integration. I like the rest of them, but I mean, we have a lot of, for ESSER 3, we have a lot of deployment. We were gonna hire right big fires. But just what happens to the rest of the things, you know. In my opinion, I want to see it higher, especially for lots of learning technology.
they can increase loss of learning and technology.
But maybe engagement instead of 0 on ESSER 2.
We can increase it all by taking them away from retention reports. That's the biggest part of it.
There's student enrichment and after school programs for ESSER 3 is 0 and then ESSER 2 is 2. That would be after school program work. Like to see, in my opinion, I just like to see more money towards those things. I know I love that we're getting retention stipends. I think it's awesome that we can do it, but I just, in my opinion, I want to see more money put into very important. Especially lots of learning.
But when candidates are not offered so much stipend, they instead they work. That's what.
Maybe you could give us other numbers based on changes you made. The numbers, I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in.
Well, the thing we're changing is that we are having some problems keeping and attracting employees, right? Some of the issues that have come up this week has to do with, the first week has to do with lack of having employees. I think, I don't know, but I know she's fixing a lot of the percentage. I know what you're moving around the numbers because the requirements for each grant. That's what I understood, right? One of the parties you spend 20% of the money in a certain area and the other one doesn't. So at the end, the final number is the same, but you just move the percentages around to meet the criteria. But my thing is, what are we gonna do? And I don't know if you discuss it, but about attracting and retaining. I know we're talking about retaining employees, right? But what about attracting employees like those trainers?
For
Sometimes maybe the money's not exactly one of keep, but somebody really like to see based on the kind of way that people structure the see what kind of things to find out, especially in time that's been focusing over time. Somebody structure a certain age within a certain area. What other benefits? Stipend would they find out where we could, get something different. Maybe other school districts and giving what then. I'm not just throwing money at the problem, but maybe I mean, look at work and stuff like that. Maybe not. Where we already found somebody 10% sign what was.
Good evening, Ms. Gibson, Board of Trustees, Dr. Mr. Chance. Those are all great questions, and we've actually had so many conversations about how do we compete, how do we attract. Just today, we were looking at vacancies in our region. To give you an idea, so for Paso 130 openings, Paso 158, Clinton 53. So we're all fighting for each other's people. We call each other, please stop taking my teachers, please. I go to Dr. Mr. Chavez, somebody wants to go to Socorro because they pay a little bit more. It's not a promotion, but they're still paying a little bit more. And we can't compete with the pay scales. So we got, why not compete with the retention stipend to say, you might not go and get 2,000 more, but if you stay, you're going to get those 2,000. So those are strategies that we'll be looking at because the whole region is kind of wondering, like, what do we do? There's just not enough teachers, not enough aides, not enough substitute teachers. So sign-on bonuses, we had those conversations also about bus drivers, but there's just not enough out there, even if we were to offer. Here's the thing, we just hired so many people.
Correct.
Or I don't know if you go online and check, but there's with the SR3 funds and they needed to stay right if we have the okay. I mean, if that was issue, we could even get to get more of the staff that you're. So what happened was that a lot of our substitute teachers went ahead and got those permanent positions. So we kind of gained in one way and lost in the other. Bus drivers have been an issue for years. Fill those positions already that are open? Not all of them. And when those positions were considered, that was part of the needs assessment that was done with the campus because of the loss of learning. So a lot of that is already in that percentage. So you have the intervention teachers, available aides, the coordinator of ESSER programs, another position at the middle school. So that's kind of already embedded in that percentage that's required for that 20%. So with the board consider, I'm listening to what you're indicating to kind of lead us in the middle of the board consider instead of the 2,000 retention to at least 1,000 retention. And then we go back and look at those numbers that you're indicating in the areas of loss and technology. Are you talking about the first retention or the second retention? Because you all have already approved the first one. Yeah, because there's a lot of positions open. Okay, and I get it. Hiring some of those positions that are important, but if, and like I told Mr. Lee once before, if we, after the 3 years that we have those funds, right, and they run out, like there's a psychologist on there, on one of the openings. Then our kids take the loss, because if we cannot continue paying that person, then that person has to leave and there's no more increase our students. That person that can't continue to get paid various. That's why I want to read the.
Right, so we've had conversations with administrators about that exactly. You know, right now you have all this help. At some point, it might go away, and that's kind of what happens when we are supplementing our regular staff with federal funds. However, we've also said if there's an opportunity for those teachers to be replaced, if there's opportunity, right, with vacancies, we can't promise and for beyond that, we will make every effort to keep them. But it all depends on what the enrollment is going to be like in 3 years. We might get a lot of students and get to keep those positions out of local funds if it's goes away.
And it's also kind of like a two-edged sword because if any of these monies are left behind, people at the federal level are looking for really use the money, they utilize it. And so they must not have needed it. So we've been very clear, and our administrators are here, we've been very clear that we have to be careful with trying to overstaff the district. Right now, these funds and being used for the 3 years and the impact to address. But at some point, we have to come down to the size of our district. So we've been very strategic. We've had conversations with administrators to indicate this is our time frame. And so that has to be on a monthly basis to be looked at. And so, to the point of the stipend, we've heard from our employees, and I'm going to say this without indicating names, it's the day of school. And yet I've had employees approach me as like, how can, and we just approved compensation. We've got employees got a raise in June. But, I think I was asked this question in 5th year school, we had a big. So if we ask employees about what they want, they all want to get paid more money and they appreciate the stipend. And that's where the administration said, okay, well, if we offer this retention stipend, then maybe we can keep folks from leaving in December because, people are off for 2 weeks and their minds wander. I know they want to stay in Cancun or something. Then they go off on spring break and the same thing happens. So that was our goal, is to try to minimize that. Because we are inevitably, even if we offer a stipend at the end, we're going to have people leave. But maybe they'll stick around till the last day of the actual duty contract year so that we're not let to fill vacancies. But how does that actually help? I mean, they're probably just going to leave. So it'll be a temporary fix. So that like slapping the band-aid on it. Well, and that's really how all these funds are going to work for 3 years. How do we know that 3 years from now this is actually going to, that the money is being appropriate everywhere? Is actually working. It's like the federal government is spending this money. What are we going to do? But what we do know is that we, as a district, are experiencing not being able to fill classrooms. We have subs that we have, we gave them a great welcome, but we have subs in our classrooms in 4 content areas that are a concern to us. So we're hoping that to keep recommending to putting Twitter for advertising with just word of mouth, so-and-so, and we're trying it all. So that my concern is, and I'm more with Mr. Chavez on this, I'm trying to maybe attract employees versus handing them a stipend, a retention stipend, spring, and then, risking them for next year. Is that what it's saying?
The thing is that if they're retiring, they're not no matter what.
But I'm not talking about like
we don't do that, and they retire in December. We take the burden of it. So I like the idea of having this stipend. using town to be on the school year, you're gonna have people who that's the entire in the school year. So that way you can plan on funding here. And have it figure out how you're gonna do it.
And the thing was to take the stipend away, more stipend. For me, it was, how can we move around somebody to take care of our kids? Like on some of these, it's like in the classroom. I also know that teachers got $1,000, but you know, and that's the one. So I, in my opinion, would just like to see it allocated for. And that is, and for the teachers, it's for the kids too. I can say no second, but I want to see different. It's a real massive learning.
Ms. Garcia, we're in constant communication because I know even if those positions were posted at the beginning of the year, but it's already got salaries. We're always talking about how do we utilize that and put it back in the classroom. So those are also conversations that are happening. There's been what, a month already of postings just on this. We haven't had much luck. And before it used to be teaching positions that were hard to fill. Now we're seeing it across the board, even instructional aides, monitors, bus drivers. And those are the people that we also need. And those are the people that don't have a contract and they can just say, you know what, today I'm done because they offered me a little bit more somewhere else. And those are the very critical stuff here.
I also have a question about, you know, the parents from Bullet, right? There's still no, I know we did it for the year prior, right? You approved it the year prior, where if they were within the retirement fund, we're still busing, correct? But this year I'm hearing that they're not being bused. And so even if they live, you know, closer to the school, because sometimes there's what are we missing that? Not having enough funds to keep them back. No, that again, why don't push presented to the board that the group board approved. So you probably need to say what's the name and we make the direct contact, because you all, we brought that in, what is it, June? Right, but there's parents that have been saying that it's difficult. Thank you.
Yes, they might live in the area that's not that specific area.
So they used to have busing.
And they belong to the Zambrano. So they were, if there was a Zambrano area, then when we did the attendance boundary changes, they qualified from the board, approved, so it would qualify for transportation to the hill, to those who didn't. But it's a specific area.
But what about the parents that, so if they still go to Borrego and you didn't specify the area, they're not getting busing?
The area that was specified, that same area that used to qualify in the board approved for us to continue transporting them, they are being transported.
So which ones are the parents not being transported? The ones that live closer to the.
The ones that are outside that area, they live less than a mile. There's others.
That's the one that is on.
They never qualify.
Kids that live with grandparents that have buffalo to these things. So I don't know.
The one example would be the new area.
Mhm.
Riverside. There's some areas there that are less than 2 miles, and the area that the blue bus would pick up students and transporting them is less than 2 miles. But it's the new area is actually a little bit farther. So we actually passed through the bus, picked up the kids that were approved, and pick up the other kids that are a little bit farther, but are less than 2 miles because they live outside. Where it gets a little bit.
So I remember that everything probably considered saying that, well, we're further away than this, right? I understand what's based it on, right?
Yes,
So that's what people are thinking about right now. And if it was registered,
Right.
actually think about the drivers who take routes.
And how many kids?
In that area, you're looking at probably over 100 kids
Kids in that area?
in the area.
what is it?
No, that's over. That's right.
The one over 2 miles, I can get the number, but it's not, I don't think it's 100 kids.
my concern is that some of them are granted and they have no one. But they only go to the bus stop and they were there. Again, they dropped out at the bus stop, they can school, right?
Well, they wouldn't be eligible riders, or reported the physics will be.
So I think that if we can have, I mean, if you have any specific concerns, you let us talk to them so that we are able to explain to them. And then we can look at that information and bring it back, but all of it is, you know, like Mr. Martinez mentioned, ineligible riders for the district will be reimbursed for.
Yeah, well, when do we need to face all of them?
When you all decide, because that is brought up to you every year, that's what you all ridiculous was. So we did it the first year of the boundary, the attendance boundary changes, and that's why we brought it to you in June. And then, we will do that again this coming June, and then you all tell us how you want us to begin phasing that out.
But it doesn't really say you have funds.
But it's on the functions, right now, there's no bus driver. Right now, we're having trouble transporting, we having that one. Are you trusting the bus?
No, I think that we have the funds
Yes,
to be able to hire.
hire.
That's one thing, to be able to hire a bus service.
Where?
I just think it's that many kids that could bus to my right home.
I'd like to, I see Sir Dexter out there. Can I have him come to the podium? There's a conversation that Sir Dexter and I had about the requisites that and how difficult it is getting to hire bus drivers because of all the different stringent requirements. So Sir Dexter, can you remind the board what's happening with bus driver certification?
So, good evening, Madam Chair, the board members, and Mr. Chavez. Thank you. Yes. The level skill required, the prerequisites, what's required of a driver is extremely extensive. Aside from all the tests they need to do, if there's no programs out there, they would have to pay up, they would have to invest in them going to school in order to get that license. It's testing through DPS. There's also federal requirements, physicals, they must take to complete. So those are expensive. It's not as easy as it used to be. So it has become very difficult. Unfortunately, it's bus driving. It is a part-time position. I mean, unless the district, I mean, I don't know, I think you can say it's going to pay $20 an hour. But it has become difficult to have our neighbors supporting, but there's I'm very, very close contact with these directors. We talked last week, we talked this week as well. And it's something that they're all. So yes, it is difficult. Drivers, they go through this, they might see a return investment. So there's that, and then again, looking at things, there's, like I said, you can see probably going up, but the issue right now is getting those people to apply and one here. There are some applicants, we should be having one come up board tomorrow. So that's something that I think we have to go tomorrow. So yes, bus driving is become a task. We are within the department. I'm looking at certain routes that we might be making some adjustments so we can free up an extra driver or two. But that's what we're in the process of. So on the 19th, I'm on this and we'll then go or just not really. So I mean, they don't can get a certain date, a certain time, they can't make the place to do it. They're going to be able to we're lacking the actual bus driving is a very unique position, very unique. We do have a district where I work with district, but they have both available, and they can. A lot of times that's one of the things that you say. Well, they can both have.
Thank you, Sir Dexter. It's pretty accurate to our conversation. I would like Dr. Segovia, if you can come to the podium. The addressing of loss and learning and the money that's been given directly to campus administrators. Can you talk a little bit about that? The decision point out for that.
Yes, ma'am. We, as the code board member, Dr. Chavez. So one of the things that we discussed is for loss of learning is we do have some employment, some members teachers that are going to be in place, but we're seeking to get strategies that are long lasting. For example, that just approved the contract with David Diller, I think reading is one of the things that we can sustain, and we are now trained on it, and we want to keep our teachers because we already gave the training. So potentially, it's like we'll be beneficial so that leaders can really investing time and money to get them trained. The principals know to seek out things that are long lasting the beyond the years. For example, at the high school and that's what middle school we're looking at fundamental five, which are strategies that we can keep to improve our lesson delivery. So it's not necessarily tied to obviously it's to a teacher, but it's not to extend more positions. It's just to make sure that when we have our teachers that are effective in the classroom, that's what we're trying to do is seek out strategies and professional development that's going to keep our teachers with the highest or the best training available. Yes, there's going to be needs for supply money and equipment because that's part of the learning process. So yes, we do have those opportunities to use these monies for. The average teachers, we're actually providing additional training to them for the different program because we don't want our kids to be in the general classroom struggling, receiving some strategies. They go to the average teacher and do the same thing. They're going to do something different. And so we're already in the process of doing some discussions now. The goal is, the urgency here is to get the lesson learning before the 3 years, catch the students up. So that once we lose those funds or the funds go away, we can sustain our kids now at a different academic level. Now, there is turnover in terms of employment, teachers leave for many reasons. So the hope is to be able to absorb, we can promise it, but the hope is to be able to absorb those at-risk teachers back into the classroom. So again, we're trying to sustain with strategies as opposed to employment or extra teaching, but we do need it at this point. And so again, you invest the time in training, and then you don't want them to leave. So that's the other way of looking at this retention thing.
So I guess for the guidance that we need is how do you want us to proceed? I mean, indicated with, points made from Mrs. Garcia, what's the direction for us to do?
Section points, they're all that segments.
I think so the two spots. One money to there is 2 spots to take it from the one section of employees. And two would be having grant administration. So under grant administration is not the direct costs, which is going to pay for things like the sand, the volleyball court, the senior, like the concession stand. So we're the missing projects that we have not money for. So grant administration is paying for that through the indirect costs. And then technically retention of employees, which is stipend. So that amount is more stipend. So on one money into the other groups, it's got to come from one of those two. So it kind of goes back to when we lose kids, like what if we were to give out, I have a question about stipend, because I'm almost forgetting stipend. One of these it's a little bit of what they do. And the other considered thing, like, not specifically to spend like $100 supply fund so they can spend it all and they see fit and not what they use it. I personally have not pushed that central. I know Gracie is my only mission at the hospital. That's 17 edition and each $100 That's something I would push. It's something we can push with this fund because that's something that I call it's money. Not the they end up buying stuff anyway. That makes sense. And then, no, I can do that. Representative of the time, that is something that can do.
Is that, some of the monies that have been given as principals now, is that something they can do now?
They can do that as well, or they can do.
So there's already, all of the campus principals have already received money right now. I see quite a few administrators out there. They could go back and look at what they have already received. Could indicate something what you're,
Now, what I would want is. Not for us to be telling them what to buy this specific program thing that you want to buy, you want to buy whatever it is, you have to go buy the kids at Walmart and find it. It's the Google funds they could do it, but we have done always on campus principal, centralized or decentralized. So when you're centralized, there was requests to purchase from the teachers to me, and they might look at it and yes or no grade, approve it or not. Or you can decentralize and you put it by department or grade levels and say this is the amount, and these are the guidelines for the purchase. Now the addition there is make sure you submit your POs on time, but you do have deadlines to pay. But there's two ways of doing that. Doing both, they both work. If we want to go decentralized, we can, which means like principles in terms of a system.
and we do have a meeting, principals on Monday, and they're all here listening, so I'm pretty sure they'll go back and look at the funds that they've already have able to spend to see how they can make that happen as well.
So, we're working with that. I think it's much better than this. But definitely, yeah.
I think certainly, one of the difficulties that it is create a, I guess, a group for everybody. So we create a supply account, a group 11, they should have this. They have 10 teachers, they get 10 grand. At that point, kind of standard television 10 teachers. This is what you have. And the guidelines, they can all, I guess all for any leaders and I guess different direction, but 7 or 10. From the Texas legend, you know, it was for years. You know, like, you're ready to free and all that money up front now. Or, you know, we made pretty, we look at losses and made slightly smaller to $2,000 being dropped to $100,000. And once we kind of get an idea, actually then they can and put more money into the other groups.
Same thing that we browse it. Feeling that again. And the French state thing.
So can we do this? Can we, meet in the middle and do the 1,000? And then we will have a meeting with our principals on Monday. This will be an item added to the agenda. We discuss what they have, and where that can come from. And then since we're only giving the 1,000, whatever monies are left, after we talk to our principals to see what they're going to do, because a lot of this too, remember our principals, and they don't, because they have to spend a certain amount on a certain time. And so that we can make sure that we're accounting for things and so forth. So I would like to have a conversation with maybe this idea that you just mentioned, Mr. Chavez, that it's given our principals like, oh, well, we can do this, that. So I would like us to, you know, meet in the middle for the 1,000. We'd come back with a plan next month. Okay, this is what was left after only approving the 1,000. This is what our discussion was with principals. And we can come with an identification of how many teachers at this campus, who's going to be shopping where, and the parameters that we would have with that. All right, let's go. So give it to the question.
And on the consent. There's purchasing of passports. Is that coming from? Is that going to be reimbursed to the assessor too, or what are we getting?
Yes. So they would be reimbursing, actually the cost.
Okay.
So We front loaded.
That's all you had to say on. Thank you, Robert. Yes, I didn't get to the mute button fast enough. We have it already.
You forgot he's not here.
I asked you to put his picture up there.
So dropping the summer stipend from 2,000 to 1,000 frees up about 550,000. So 550, we have about 250 people. So that gives them about $1,000 for 2 years to do exactly what they're doing. So that moves money into 11. And my the other groups would still be the same. So we want to change the other groups that you would have to let him get there. And two, help them to choose something as well, or drop other topics. And it would get us, so I drop it down to $1,000, it would get us, it would get the teachers $1,000 2 years ago.
And then you want to know that if Ms. Garcia said that I also think that we're going to be there with it. And very little in my hand. That's just the focus. I haven't heard exactly what we're going to do, but our community is doing those.
I don't know where the continue. Well, what's the status on
We created this week for the purpose of being give chances of the other campus of that. So that was what this is one piece. This is for the campuses. So this Jack has worked on their event schedule. So we are including that as well. The other campus of that is there's tutoring too, but so
my after school program, you mean like where the kids can stay over, right? We had applied for the Boys and Girls Grant and we received notification. Unfortunately, they did not get it. We were informed by Mr. Thomas Chesky from the Boys and Girls Club. But it's something that we're going to continue to try. It depends on where TA is actually showing the funding. So that didn't happen for us, but Dr. Sylvia?
yes, so this part of it is for that. So it's happening for so long. So student financial school
Of course, not include the busing, include the parents who have mental health stuff. I would see after school with like the time to take was 5:30. Or 5, whatever time that they would pick me up. Those would be things that we would have to pay attention to because sometimes participation in these programs is dependent on the child being transported. And I mean, we have had concerns of, we had a
Either the vocal or the line. What's the growth plan? I would have provided those opportunities to include transportation that we make sure that the they can even public transportation they work out for. But we do have upcoming people where we do have an agenda item that speaks to HB 45.5, which now requires every student that they not pass the STAR or did not take the STAR because they opted to stay home to go to mandatory 30 hours. And so what we want to do in our principal here under the new is replicate a little bit what we did in terms of a TAP program that happened at high school is highly successful program. So what they did there is they did the redevelop credit.
That was the first thing they did. The goal was to recover at least 2 courses, 100% of the students that did the goal or exceeded the goal. So they did great. And then they attached the SROs, the sheriff department came and they did filters and everything. So they up a trip to somewhere in town or to the department or activities at the campus. So what we want to do is replicate that with our 45, so the kids only come in and do the required tutoring and come in something to stay, have a little bit of fun, maybe right. So we need to develop those, the principals for some freedom to develop the program. There's teachers that have different things, and so we want to pass those to kind of replicate, in terms of what we did for the parents.
And the first in the high school that, I'm getting more into the elementary.
So we could, so that's what I meant, so that in school, we could replicate that high school program. Either it was for recovery of credit, we could actually make it for students, so they stay, they do their hours and doing fine. They first engage in learning and then drive into some period. Now, it doesn't mean that every evening will have fun activities, maybe at the end of the week, if they complete the whole, then they get some sort of whatever we're gonna need to brainstorm the same. Yeah, and it'll be the age appropriate, it'll be appropriate for the elementaries, and appropriate for very appropriate. So we do have the agenda item in the district book.
Right, and those are the freedoms of the campuses. I mean, I know that there's plenty of things. I was hoping on the Boys and Girls Club, we just didn't get it. But this is where our campuses and their campus improvement teams, that's where they have their opportunities to develop the plans that they want to be able to utilize those monies. So we'll be bringing those forward to you all. I know you've enjoyed the presentations that our principals present at their campuses. They'll be covering a lot of the different things that are going to be happening and how some of the plans are being used. So you'll be seeing those plans come to fruition and continue bringing that information and modification forward. So to bring us back, are we going to meet in the middle for 1,000 and then come back so that we can bring you back the conversations we had with principals and then how that money is being utilized in terms of the proposed idea by Mr. Chavez? Is that what our guidance is? I mean, instead of the 2,000 to just do those 1,000. That's on 2,000 is the last year. No, you all have already approved the 1,000, the 2,000, yes, but I'm talking about the second one. This is not.
1,000 for full time and 500.
It's not 2,000.
For years, I'm looking at 2023.
Yes, for a year and two.
So this coming year is 2,000 and 1,000. So
We're doing the.
So 1,000 full time and how much for part time? Fine.
Do we understand? Any questions on administration? Did we get that on record?
So we're at 2022. And what about 2023? Or you know, additional lending? So far, we've only added money to the lending. So we're also bringing the technology integration.
Well, you said we were going to get 550,000 more, that's right. And you wanna, you said that we get in the period of 2 years, $2,000 to each teacher, more or less. Okay, and we wonder if this is that to reduce it to half, that gives us what, 225,000 to play around. If we reduce, if we don't give them the whole 550,000. Right, so you say we're saving $150,000 by reducing the stipend to half. Okay, and I said that I don't think the teachers give that 1,000, then we can reduce it by half. Okay. So then again, then this is the 245,000 for the project grant proposed and 225,000 to, I don't know, allocate it wherever.
More or less learning and technology. Back to that, or no, family community. Family community. Working after, yeah, after.
So Yeah, can you incorporate muscle learning and after that's what Dr. mentioned, right? So going back to the monies for the teachers to buy supplies that they wish, an idea that came up for us to consider. So could we start with the teachers and we ask them, do you want the extra monies for supplies that you have the freedom to buy, or would you rather have that as some retention spending?
I'm gonna disagree there respectfully, because if you give an adult that choice, they're gonna make what's in the interest of the adult.
Yeah.
And so I would, again, want to revisit with principals, because remember, campus principals have already received a substantial amount. I would like to see what can be done within. I think we need to probably discuss what they can do at the campus level to be able to already do that. I'm thinking, and look, I'm seeing nods over there, where they already have money that has been allocated. It's been taken from central, given to the campuses. And I would venture to say that they have money right now to be able to do that with their teachers. What we need to do is have that discussion with our principals, identify that, yes, they do have it. If they don't, then we take it from the amount of what we reduced, and that we would bring that back to you next month to show you, okay, this is what happens for this. Something has to be able to give it to you. Sequence. So they can do it. Secondly, you're saying loss of learning, family, community engagement, and number 6, mental health and behavioral supports. Like, it would not be learning after. And then after school, I'm sorry.
So additional money under S2, which would be living account for daily accommodation.
So we got that 1, 6, and 8. Is that what you have tonight? So can we commit to having that conversation with our principals and see what they already have available at the campus level, and take what was left out of what was reduced, with the clarification that Mr. Madrid made, and we bring that back to you all and this is what will happen, and we'll account for all of our teachers.
So we have 2 things for that. So look at the lesson there. 5% of the total student. So that 2 is bias. Maybe 1 or 2%. That's how. They call the additional program that's a 5, and then they pump out the facility into 7. Those get various.
I guess what we want is options with funding process. If they already have money allocated, and people already have allocated, and we promise to let them do that money as things, then maybe we don't take any money from this, and then we allocate that money that we take from stipend for just the other 2 items, or maybe even less. Give us some options. Sorry. See if we consider the after school programs or any additional. We could take to consideration applications coming there around. Even if we're going to partner, but kids can't show up. I think this is a relief for both the student and the parent. And just give us options. I mean, I think the other school program for skills that moving to exam. A lot of parents just need it because they don't get out of work and the kids get out of school, right? And they can keep them safe somewhere while they get to pick up school for the parents to take advantage of.
And that's where you're saying they become perfect. Right.
But give us options for that. No, there's no drive.
Michelle volunteer.
Cabinet, you're getting CPLs, are we gonna go and get CPLs? Next year, we need to start preparing this, because.
So what I can do.
what I did here for the next meeting is actually bring the breakouts by. So there's two groups on the campuses don't have access to on the 1.6, right? Group 2 technology integration, it's all for campus technology, but it's being reserved for adoption for the purpose of employee. Group 5, safe and returning person and community service, that money is being reserved for child nutrition program and support service. The rest of the groups, more than 90% of the money in all those groups is so campuses have that money, which is all they're 199. We're not.
This is, continued to follow, it's just estimates, right? We're not gonna, we don't need the entire.
If we were, yes, if we were to say, who's half of our employees, then we have money left over in the retention, so then the money gets funneled back up. So
This is
otherwise,
the
that
plus
was
technology. I know if they're 50%, and we don't need all of it.
so for technology, and we've also been giving campus principals and secretaries, because they budgeted for technology out of the part of the combat money, or the annual money, the Title I money, Title II, and that's, if you look through all those, if you're going to buy devices for your incoming cohorts, don't buy them. Move that money elsewhere. Your devices are coming through Group 2 for what else? Their labs. I told them how many labs we're going to replace within the next 3 years. Say, you budgeted money to replace your labs. No, move that money, move it wherever you need. What else is paying for them? Group 2. So, like I said, Group 1, Group 4, Group 5, Group 1, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 9 is pretty much mostly campus money. And then Group 1 and the rest of 3 is the staff heavy. But I'll do that. I'll bring that next meeting and you'll see each group and you'll see how the money was split up by group and or by campus and by. We'll see that the whole schedule. Okay.
I do have a question for the board, like for us to bring back information for guest teachers and just substitutes as well, the retention, so that would help us keep them as well. We already. So there's one coming up in October for them, for the ones that are returning. But there's nothing for the spring for right. I'm gonna take it. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I have a question. You said that all this was 90% of it was allocated or sent to the campuses, right?
So some departments they get ready out of ESSER, some not by other. As I was able to see. So in the case of special education, based on the assessment that I got, there's a lot of smaller ticket items, things that are part of the Bible. So it's not just got an extra $30,000 through 189 because I moved $30,000 from 189 to S. I think so she, because especially she did get additional money. In case of the communities and schools, same thing. I would have to bid that out, like it's better money, right? But it's state contract. So I moved money, I moved salaries from 199 into ESSER to real money in 199. That's how I do the Saturday. So everybody pretty much asked for something. That's it's just somewhere under ESSER and somewhere under 199, depending on the budget and what it's easier to do.
And Coach George was just here, if this gets approved, right, then,
Those,
or that's ready.
that one's already in.
So you tell him, I don't know if he knows that, but.
That's why that person keeps coming to my round because of the race. So, you know, I'll bring groups and then board will see, you know, my department, my campus, what the amount is, and then pretty much what I have is campus is group 1, but in group 1, year 1, then year 2, year 3, and then same thing with the department. So I'm looking at my staff, Oh, it's like, this is actually what shows who's getting what, which one is getting like that, is what I've been recently to one, because I figured out this.
Good and clear, is it on record? Legal counsel, Martha, you think we're good? We need a motion.
There is no action.
He's not in this. Stagnant like this.
I have to submit the application before September 2nd, but I can submit the application and still revise it. So I'll begin revising the application based on that. I reach to the board and I can still amend the application under some. Otherwise.
We don't need a motion. This was just for discussion.
But I will incorporate the feedback that the board gave us into the application.
Any further discussion? Move on to item 16, public hearing and input on the elementary and secondary school emergency SU2 funding.
For the record, first big application you have to present the grant. Public you only required to have one public meeting, so at the June meeting, there was a distribution where the time that was to add to modify the policies that I'm presenting at the board meeting, so this week ends. Grassroots green, maybe centrally still. So I actually have it online. And results of the survey, there's a graph showing everything using Spanish. You see the application for us, and then you see this PowerPoint presentation for video as well in Spanish. So it is.
Stuart asked, I don't know if they're able to get us there just to show for the survey information. Like the guy in the Wizard of Oz. He's the green man that I was like, you. Because in the Wizard of Oz, the individual behind the screen is great. But you're on the
I'm green.
I'm gonna take my cough drops and be quiet. It's yes, Horacio, that's what we're looking for the survey information that you and Sir Bethel worked on. That was the community survey that went out for ESSER. You all have it on the website.
Yes, good afternoon. Let me find that out. Let me show the results. Okay, hold on.
Thank you. I've asked him, did you listen to Beto? He's wanting you to go to this page.
So I also have these results like this, and then, so here you can see the growth. Select
Exacto.
average number like my and that's graph related.
Sir Ignacio, I don't know if you heard, Sir Beto, but if you can go to his page under finance.
Okay.
So that one that says standing results. So that okay. So here at the beginning, you see pretty much the questions. Select your role in number one, and then question number two is all the activities. And then we ask them, one is low priority, two moderate, three high. And then it's adjustment. So go to the next page. Here you go. You actually see the counts. So parents were the ones who most like most teachers, and other school personnel, youth members, students. And the bottom one kind of shows the scores for the choices of the enrollment activities. So number one was technology, education technology, and then two was retention, that style. And three was maintenance, repair, replacement, survey, door quality. Report was hiring additional staff to provide support for academic learning loss. Next one was PD for staff to address the learning loss. Addressing the learning loss by using short-term time, mental health intervention and support. So it's pretty much anything we need to maintain operation and continue to study. So that's kind of shows the way everybody actually is scoring one to it. This was 4 as with 3 present to the different.
So you don't have to do them for ESER two. ESER two.
We can do that with question two. So all the future. Because chances are they're worse about it. So, Richmond, that's where I got student in Richmond. And what else? So,
And you have to close that part of it, right? Or-
yes, there's nobody. Else.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bishop. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. We're going to move on to item 7, presentation, reports, and information. On these items, 7A through E are information. You are going to let me know which one I was wondering, if there's an item on here that I want to move to executive. Wow. Oh, I'm sorry. This is correct in 7A through E. Yes, 7A. Well, no. What that means is that the governor is lifting that order and, correct. So good evening, board president, board members, and Dr. secretaries. So as of last month, the governor has decided that he's going to lift the suspension on the COVID-19 side. Basically, he suspended, as you all know, those sections that place kind of a high burden on government entities to have virtual meetings. And because of COVID, he decided it would, I think that was the request of the Attorney General, he decided that he was going to go ahead and suspend all those burdensome sections of the Open Meetings Act, so you all could conduct meetings virtually, in person, or both, hybrid meeting like we have today. Since then, however, he's decided that all of those provisions will be enforced beginning September 1st. And so what that means is that virtual options or telephonic options are limited. Telephonic options, for example, are limited to emergencies. And the virtual options are still going to be there, but you would have to meet all the very technical specifications under the Open Meetings Act. And so if you all wanted to proceed with having a hybrid type of board meeting, you certainly could. And it's something that I would like to work with Horacio on, so that we make sure that you're in compliance with all the provisions that are now going to be enforced beginning September 1st. And I know that DIR, Department of Information Resources, they have a good manual on how to meet those specifications. It's not impossible to do, but we have to make sure that we can check off all of those requirements. So the question is whether any of you will be able to continue to join virtually. No. Virtual options, yes, if we can work with I.S.D, we can. No, that's going to be up to you all. The Open Meetings Act allows you all discretion to handle your meetings, in an emergency, or if you choose to go the virtual route. So that's still going to be up to you all. You just need at the time of posting to know whether it's going to be Zoom or virtual situation, because we do go through a process of having that done. We brought this on here because actually Christine is most interested. She wants to know which way we're going to be posting, one way or the other.
And so if, let's just say that September 1st comes and you all say, hey, I go back to, was it March of 2020? We had that meeting and we didn't have all this other stuff. If he wants to go back to that, we will. And then we would need to know, like, okay, maybe it happens in October that you say, well, maybe we need to have it accessible virtual. Then we would need to work with Horacio, legal counsel, to make sure that we are meeting all the guidelines.
But I'm more into the board member being present. I don't feel, especially with this opening up, I don't feel a board member can be present in both issues. That's my thing. That the board needs to be present to be the whole. That's my thing.
Yeah, so you'll have the option, I hear your concerns, Mr. Murphy, and I think that moving forward, we would have to be very careful. I think one good example is probably during Mr. Rivas's presentation, the refinancing of your debt, and when he had the financial advisor for the district speaking to you all, if you noticed, that advisor was not only speaking to the board, but he could also hear the board. And that's one of the reasons why the Open Meetings Act is so stringent, and the requirements can be quite burdensome because they want to make sure that you're operating at full transparency, and that when any of you are joining virtually, that the members of the public can hear you and they can also ask questions. And there's a two-way communication. So that was probably one of the better examples I've seen at board meetings where it appears you are in compliance, but I'm not an IT expert. That's why I'm going to work with what that's to make sure you could do that if it comes up. So.
The example of the students.
And so, generally speaking, you need at least to post the agenda 72 hours in advance. Beyond that, I think it would be more of an administrative decision, working with Christine and what else we're going to do. This next board meeting, we will have one or two trustees joining virtually. So we'll figure it out. And maybe a board communicating in advance of September 1 might be a good idea, so that you all have that information and know what to expect moving forward. And also maybe some administrative recommendations as to getting on the version draft for any to know by this date. So I'll work with the district on it.
I didn't do it. Make sure that. What are they? The government. What we're talking about. So what I understand is that we have a form here, and everybody there has it does not need to be an emergency for somebody to join us to video conference. However, you do not have a form here, then there has to be an emergency or some met in order for us to have video conference, right? It's important to different circumstances.
There's different sections. So there's a section for to join telephonically, and that's typically only for an emergency. And those emergencies are laid out as some catastrophic event of some sort. And then you also have the option to join by video conference.
Mm-hmm.
And that in of itself is also limited, but more so on the technical side. So, but it also gets kind of into the weeds, giving you a scenario where, you know, do you have a quorum and do you count the person who's going in virtually? And my understanding is that you do, so long as all the other technical specifications. And I think that's what I'll do. I'll put together some sort of memo to you all so that I could break down the different sections and maybe give you a few scenarios where you could use one section as opposed to another. And some recommendations.
So for clarification for us, what are we planning the August, September?
We have it now. We're going back to
Trade dependent on. Take it from there.
somebody who's going on right here. And see it's open transition. Until we just.
I just want to make sure that we meet all the guidelines by September 1st, because if we don't have to go, I think the safe route would be to actually go back to how we were in March 2020, unless we're completely sure that we meet all the guidelines for September 1st, so we're not in violation that we open the exam.
On page two third, I don't know, on page 71, it says, can a full board meet remotely by video conference? So what it states right there is that a forum has to be here physically, and then the person can join it through video conference. But if we don't have a forum physically, they can't make one of it, they don't.
That's what I'm saying, but right now, is that we can go back to remote.
No, we can't. We can't.
What do they mean if you have video conference? Like four of the school board must be visiting.
And then- And we cannot make forum with somebody online.
Precisely. So that's one of the sections that was set to allow you all, you know, most occasions, I think, initial COVID closure, most of you all were virtual. Everyone was virtual. And that was one of the provisions.
It's not what we're saying, we can't go to virtual, we have to, and one person has an emergency. Then they can join.
But there has to be a forum.
But there has to be 50 people.
There has to be a.
Everyone else, like, knows.
Yeah.
Understand.
You were right.
So the emergency, and just to go a little more into the weeds of that provision, it's not necessarily an emergency that would participate virtually. That person could participate virtually if they absolutely cannot make it in person.
As long as there's forum.
Yeah, exactly. So, but it's not an emergency as defined for like a telephonic. There's a big distinction there. Just people don't have to, you know, go through the hoops of trying to show an emergency to going virtual. But yes, you have to have a physical.
So it's people.
No. I know. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so moving along to item 8, a consent agenda. Items 8A through M1. Are there any members who like to pull up? I wanted to know if we talked about 8I.
It depends. Are you seeking legal advice on that item? Okay, yes. So what I would need from my board in order to do so, because this is a consent agenda item, I need a motion to move item 8I into closed session under section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code to seek legal advice on that item.
Okay, so first I would need a motion to accept items 8. And through M1 with the exception of 8I. I move to accept items explained through one with the exception of. You have a second. Any further discussion on this? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passed. Now we need motion for eight out to be moved into executive session under section 551.71. We discussed it to discuss legal appeals. I made a motion to move item 5 into executive session. Here a second. All those in favor? Item 4, executive session. The board will enter into a closed meeting to discuss personnel matters, to consult with attorney, to discuss real estate matters, to consider recommendations for hiring personnel or termination of personnel and other personnel matters under section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. Item 4A, discussion on reporting board superintendent communication. Item 4B, interlocal agreement for the purpose of participation and contribution in Public Utility Commission of Texas. Proceeding UC docket number 52195, SOE inch docket number 473212606. An application of El Paso Electric Company to change rates. Item 4C, discussion regarding superintendent employment contract and evaluation instrument for superintendent's evaluation. And the following item, AI would be consideration and public board action. Possible board action on review, simply consent. Saturday is here. I'm sorry. See, it was not a consent with the racer. Okay. At 7:41. It is 9:35 p.m. The board will return to open session to take possible action on the matters discussed in executive session. Item 8.1. I mean 8I. Consider impossible board action on renewal of lease agreement between Sadio I.S.D. and the predecessor code SEDA. At this time, I would like a motion to table this item. Motion by Ms. Garcia. I have a second.
I second.
Thank you, by Mr. Alex. Any discussion on this item? All those in favor? Aye. Two carries. Opposed, I'm sorry, opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we have 6 ayes and 1 opposition. Motion carries. We move on to item 5A. Discussion and take appropriate action related to entering into interlocal agreement for the purpose of participation and intervention in Public Utility Commission of Texas, proceeding PUC docket number 52195 SLAH docket number 473-21-2606. Application of El Paso Electric Company to change rates. Ms. Priscilla. Legal counsel.
Good evening, board president and board members, Dr. Mesa Chavez. I believe we sufficiently covered this item in closed session, but wanted to see if there were any questions or further discussion on this matter. Okay, if there is not, then I propose the following motion. To authorize the superintendent to enter into an interlocal agreement with other El Paso County school districts and like entities to participate and intervene in Public Utility Commission of Texas, PUC proceeding, PUC docket number 52195, SOAH docket number 473-21-2606, application of El Paso Electric Company to change rates, authorizing the hiring of special counsel at the law firm of Hush Blackwell LLP to represent the district in the matter, and to commit to an amount to pay for legal fees, expert fees, and expenses in that matter, not to exceed the district's corresponding portion proportionate to its kilowatt usage.
I'd like to make a motion as proposed.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Ms. Hernandez, second by Mr. Madrid. Discussion, further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Two carries. Item 5B, discussion of possible action to approve evaluation instrument for the superintendent's annual evaluation. That is, this is.
Good evening, everyone. So I don't know if there are any remaining questions on this item, which we also discussed in closed session. Or if there's any proposed motion on this.
Were we gonna come back to it? Question we asked?
Yeah, so
Can we take?
if I don't know, if we have time to take, do we have a meeting between now and the evaluation time?
We have September 11th is our next meeting, and the evaluation is supposed to be September 15th, but if we wait until September 11th, that's not enough time for us to submit data and then have you all review it.
What I would recommend, I mean, I heard your questions in closed session.
That's too late. So,
Yes. So what I would recommend, based on the questions and kind of the directives that I was getting in closed session, if I could get a motion to direct me, legal counsel, to look into those questions and report back to the superintendent on those, so that by the time that she prepares her evaluation, those questions have already been addressed, and you're getting the information that you're entitled to get for purposes of her annual evaluation. So I would suggest a motion to direct legal counsel to address and confirm some of those questions discussed in closed session as they relate to superintendent's evaluation instrument.
Make the motion to go with legal counsel's recommendation.
Second. Second by Fernandez. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Levin. Now, item 9, next meeting date, regular board meeting, September 8th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. And the special board meeting, September 15th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. We have a motion to adjourn at 9:40 p.m. Mr. Madrid, second by Mr. Chavez. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you and good night.